same places, same parties. Am I just a ghost at night? Too many street lights in this city. I'm missing our ocean side. I've been running, but I can't escape the feeling that I've been away for far too long. 'Cause there's something about our love that brings me peace of mind. Something special about the way our lives are intertwined. There's something about you that just leaves me mystified. Something pulling me to your heart, and I always want you by my side. Keep your body next to mine. New people, new places, we're the same. A moment frozen in time. Wish I could relive the day I met you and fall in love a second time. I could run, but
Okay, I'm a bit lower than usual.
the feeling if I'm far away from you for too
Hello. Welcome to a unusual Sunday stream. I mentioned on a stream this week that I was hoping to do some OBS stuff this weekend because it is a long weekend, and here we are. There's not a ton to do. We'll see how we go. The main thing I want to do is I'm hoping to finish the migration code. There's no guarantee I will, but that's my goal. Outside of that, I do need to test a pull request on OBS browser, which enables compatibility with C++20 and therefore Chromium 145, because for some reason they've switched to C++20. I think it's as of, 145. I did download 144 and then like an hour later found out actually they did change in 145 and we need to make adjustments, which is fine. It means I don't need to keep this copy of 144 that I have installed. Now, I do have one issue that I should probably figure out. What's the bet that my keyboard overlay is what's causing my frame rate to die here? I am going to put on some music momentarily. I just need to figure out which scene the keyboard overlay is in. Probably in Game Crop. Can I just reapply? OBS. Input overlay. WASD minimal? Yeah. Now, this requires an overlay image file, which I'm going to assume is this one. But there's also supposed to be a config file. So maybe, yeah, no. Okay. What if I just delete this? And we'll see how we go. That's weird. Whenever I switch scenes, the log yells at me. But I also don't think that's what's eating stuff. So let's actually Input overlay settings. Most of these settings will require a restart. How about we just disable everything? Now, if I undo the deletion, that's fine. Let's put on some music. Now, I'd like to hide the win rate. Did I add a button for that? Overlay. Visible. The count works, the visibility doesn't. Okay. I see what you're cooking. There we go. We can lower the music down a tad, so it doesn't get as aggressively cut out. Nope, there goes our frame rate again. All right, let's... Source profiler. What's eating things? Something's eating something. Nothing is eating anything. Wonderful. All right. Do I just run like a little game in the corner to spin up my GPU? Because I think it's because my GPU is underclocking. Which I don't need it to be doing. Let's just, you know what? What if we just throw up the old school RuneScape login screen? It's a bit of a hack, but it just might work. In the meantime, let's verify these builds. Now, my plans today are pretty loose. I don't even remember what I was up to. So we will find out. You know what? What if I run my main display at 60 Hertz? That command didn't work. It's been a long time since I've changed the refresh rate on my monitor. Using my Stream Deck. Let's do 60 Hertz. All right. Maybe that will make OBS a little happier. And if it doesn't, we'll just run RuneLight off in the corner with audio disabled and see if that makes it happy. All right. Cool. So everything built. That did not help. I'll just let it run and see what happens. Otherwise, I can just throw Minecraft on in the corner. Because I don't think... Oh! One frame. Yeah, if OBS is not the focused window, it is not happy with me. Am I currently running as admin? I am. Mm-hmm. Okay, if I throw an always on top... Does my always on top also not work? No, it does. Ah, but it won't work on OBS because I need to run Power Toys as admin. Incredible. we're off to a great start today. So this is... Chrome 143. Is my GPU actually that heavily used right now? Fascinating. Alright, what if we disable the preview? And I just use NDI on my other screen. Let's see if that makes a difference. It does not. Oh boy. Okay, running Power Toys as admin did not allow me to... Unhelpful. If this continues to freak out, I'll just switch to Overwatch. Alright, what if we do Minecraft instead? I am running the latest version. Neat. Actually, of that notification sound. Yeah, I have that at 20%. Why is it so loud? Oh, I can hear myself. Okay, so if I pull up Source Profiler again, sort by total percentage, and we let things freak out. Do I not have this set to... Yeah, the process priority is set to high. See, my plan tomorrow is to troubleshoot why I have weird performance issues on... Hey, Bulldog. Welcome to the stream. I'm just troubleshooting some weird performance I'm having. Hope you're doing well. This doesn't display clock speed. Okay, we're running at 1800. We'll let that sit for a bit. I'm curious if that'll go down. Nope. I mean, I just click start streaming within the manage broadcast dialog, and that just works out of the box. So That's a very funny name. It's very clever. What do you prefer to be called? Because most people have nicknames. Yeah, my frame rate just keeps dropping to 40. Now, if I close Minecraft... Because I could just run Overwatch in the background. Really, full name each time. That is quite a request. All right, well, we'll see if OBS figures itself out. What if I pop it on my main screen? Will that make it less angry? Because this shouldn't be red. All right. Well, so we know that the browser here works. The main issue is migrating everyone's settings for browsers. Because if we were to stream connect account... Actually, do I have a profile here? Am I logged in on Twitch here? $56, $52, $60. It's very strange. I should just use X264 everywhere at this point. Okay, I wasn't logged in here. That's fine. Or I was, and the migration code needs to be made. I don't actually remember if I had finished setting this aspect up, so let's test that first. I really need to make like a testing account for Twitch. So we're currently logged in here, and I want to verify that we're not in incognito. Mm-hmm. This would be an application. Okay, we don't seem to be in incognito. So we now have stream chat. If we close this, and then reopen. Okay. So that aspect works. It did yell at me about something. But what we actually need is in the settings folder. It's going to be basic. No, it'll be in profiles. Chrome runtime cookie is the profile. Because what I need is a set of cookies from... No, it won't actually be stored in there. It'll be stored in the OBS browser plugin config. Because we have old, which I assume is probably invalid by now because that's over a year old. Because everything has to be moved into the default directory. So I need the OBS Studio directory open here. I need the Twitch inspector to see if my frame rate is just freaking out locally or if which is complaining about it too. It says no unstable events. Maybe it's just the YouTube stream that's unhappy. So something is telling me about a Widgmo license. Apparently some extension I have installed requires a license that I do not want. IntelliCode is deprecated in favor of GitHub Copilot chat. Yeah, no thank you. Widgmo. I don't have Widgmo installed. Well, hey, if it's just the YouTube stream freaking out, I'm okay with that. Realistically, I should probably just stop using H.265. It's more headache than it's worth. So these are the old directory locations, and the new ones are out here. It looks like that one was migrated. Yeah, last year. That's fine. Also, why does Google have an animated logo? Nobody wants this. Something jumped around there. Okay. So... we've got if we're running a newer version of Ceph. So this snippet of code is intended to update to the new path without changing any code in OBS Studio. That will probably happen, but there's this bit first. And then to get the config path, we're doing the same thing. Cool. So that aspect is fine. Command handler, the resources. So we block certain URLs. I will have to check if this is still necessary. Let's add some comments. That is not that one. We want this one. Oh, this is... okay, this is some sort of CSV preview. Cool. How do I get rid of you? Generate a 30-day license. What happens here? I'm not evaluating Widgmo. Best suite of JavaScript components. But I don't have that installed. So what are you? You're specifically a CSV preview. Meskis? Ah! It's you. Uninstall. Goodbye. Don't need you in my life. Okay. So, first file was browser panel. And I'm at least going to toggle screencast mode so you can see what I'm doing. Which part? 555? Cool. Okay. And then we've also got browser panel client, which is here. And that is line 92. Seth might block these for us. So we'll add those comments in. And that's just the header, which is fine. We should also version gate it. Version gating. So there we disable a bunch of things. Initialize the dummy client. Resource requests. Oh, we do it in both browser panel client and browser client. This is true. Okay. And in our onload error, because basically there's like a split frame of the standard Chrome error screen, and we don't want that. Ceph headers. That's the block Chrome URL. And then I added some extra logging just to make our job easier. And then we have some migrate to Chrome runtime code. This is where we need to actually do our stuff. So what I'm thinking is our best bet here is we set up something a little bit older here. Log into we'll log into Twitch. Oh, this is my local vocal build. Yeah, that's a bad call. Yeah, let's not do that one. I have many copies of OBS. It's just a matter of finding one that isn't too busy. Oh, that one asked to run in safe mode. Text source transition test. Interesting. Sure. Okay, are you actually still logged in? No. That'll work for us. Yeah, this frame rate is not good. I might just have to end stream and leave it at that. Very disappointing. Sunset is earlier and earlier. Okay, we're logged in. Cool. I love how this firewall dialog is just there until it figures itself out. What am I using for Twitch? Is that just X264? It is. I mean, I could restart the YouTube stream. Let's try that. Let's see if that fixes it. Let's see if that makes the issue go away. I've just changed to a faster H.265 preset because to change it on, it did not help. To change it directly would require stopping all my other outputs. It seems to be less aggressive. Okay, so plugin config, browser. The other thing we could or should probably do here is delete stuff, because that looks like the same folder we were working with. Nope, they're different. Okay, that didn't help. DE3C85, okay. I actually think... The hell did it go? Did I just crash it by clicking settings? Okay, this is not working. I'm just going to have to do this off stream. Like, it's not worth it if my frame rate just keeps down. Alright, well, short stream today. I will attempt to... I'll switch over to... You know what? Why not? Let's just troubleshoot this. Alright, I'm going to very quickly stop both the Twitch stream and then the YouTube stream, and then I'm going to try and go live again. So let me quickly stop here. Alright. Now we're on H.264 instead of H.265. And we'll see how that works. It didn't help. This one's still stuck. So let's just kill this one. And then for this one, we're straight up just going to nuke This... Because I don't think it's encoding related. Do I just switch to X264 on the YouTube stream? Okay, so we've nuked it there. Nope. It's not an encoding issue. It's something else. Let's see if the issue goes away when I launch Overwatch. Or if this just means I should have rebooted at some point. So maybe a page I have open somewhere that I need to close because it's angry. Because it's specifically rendering lag, which means it's my graphics card somewhere. Now, put the game open. We're still running 1800. That does seem to fix it. So I'm just going to leave Overwatch running in the background. And we'll see if it's only when Overwatch is focused that it works fine. Now, GPU Z is not doing me any favors. Alright. So we have 3102, and this is our build. Plugin config. OBS browser. We're going to nuke this. As well. Because it's been so long, none of those cookies are... The cache is in use. It shouldn't be. Did I forget to close something? Yeah, I must have minimized it to tray. Okay. Yeah, so my frame rate issue is gone with Overwatch running in the background. That's crazy. That should not be the workaround. I'm very entertained by this, but also very frustrated. Now, if I minimize... Won't let me minimize. That's fine. All right. Well, let's leave this here. Wow, now my stream deck's lagging. That's crazy. I need always on top. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So we're going to rerun this one. So this will give us a fresh OBS browser config in our current version of the browser, which this one is not logged in. So then we're going to log out and log in. And I will need something with cookies in a browser doc later. For now, we only care about browser panels. So we are now logged in. So if we close that copy, this is what our setup currently looks like. We have an OBS profile cookies with the C85 on the end. Now what needs to happen is the contents of that folder need to move up a level, and a couple of the files here need to move into... That's weird. Need to move into a default directory. I'm actually surprised how empty this is. I guess because we have an empty scene collection. What we might have to do is just add a standard OBS browser page. Let's just add a standard OBS browser page here. Just so we get all the files. That's a little more like it. Okay. So, URL with debinfo, which should no longer be running. So we can just purge this. Then we're going to copy what we know works in the old version. And we're also going to need... We're going to need the profile. Yeah, that fixed my frame rate issue. Running Overwatch in the background. Okay. Profiles. So I've got one labeled Twitch, which should have a cookie directory. Right? Where do we store that? Because we certainly generate it. Output, video, audio, panels, cookie ID. There we go. Okay. That's fine. Just trying not to leak a login. We don't care about OBS browser at this point. Cool. So I'm just going to literally replace our stuff. Right, so we have a working setup. So now if we launch, our log should contain the following lines from browser panel, OBS plugin.cpp. Oh. What? If you change... What? Used well in the context of the quick pick. If you change one key binding for this command, you should change all of them. Okay, my viewers don't need that information, VS Code, but thank you. All right, so we should get the following lines: Chrome runtime default profile detected, no migration necessary, which will happen on subsequent runs. Or in this case, Alloy runtime preferences not found, no migration necessary, which we can test later, we don't care. Otherwise, we have a few things to do. So first we have to... So basically we have it... If they've never launched the browser before, we don't need to try migrating it. If they've already launched with the Chrome runtime, we don't have to do anything. The challenge here is if they switch profiles, we do need to migrate stuff. However, that shouldn't matter because we actually just loop through... Yeah, we just loop through all of the directories. Now, the above manipulation that we do is the local storage. Let's actually verify that, because that is a good question. So we have... So this one should have a local storage level DB, a session storage, and a network. So those are the three directories that we shuffle around. So if we go into our profile cookies, so there's a local storage level DB, there's a session storage, and a network. So the answer to that is yes. Module config path. Returns the location of a module config file associated with the current module. Free with be free when complete. Equivalent to... So currently, the way this works... We don't need this line. So we're going to make a new function here, and it's going to use a sure. Because we need do you use dir? Yeah, okay, let's just do standard string then. Hang on, what is EC? Error code. Oh. Sure. Is that going to be okay with me? Yes, cool. So we're going to yoink all of this code. For each directory, migrate alloy dir EC. Yep. And then we're going to do something similar for these guys. The difference is because the new path has to be... Whoops. Mm-hmm. That'll work. Just making sure I haven't done anything dumb. Hey Cody, welcome. Thanks. I haven't been able to do as much lately as I wish I could, but I'm the only one that like actually cares about the browser. And we're starting to fall a bit behind on the version of Chromium we're running, so to kind of motivate myself to do it, I'm doing it on stream. Because I started working on this migration code, let's see, August 2024, so it's been a bit. I've worked on it on and off since then, but we don't have a... We need the true... Oh, I need to keep that line first. We need you. And realistically, this probably doesn't need to be there. I could probably just check if... This one throws, doesn't it? I remember reading that standard file system likes to throw. Service profiles. For each directory. And then what I would probably also do is I could log here. When I don't write in C for a couple of years, you end up with some silly decisions. I think that'll work. Okay, so previously launched OBS browser. These three directories. No, I need to do that migration for those directories for each set of... This is always where I kind of go, oh, I made it too simple. Because I need to do more than just migrate the individual directory. I need to migrate... I mean, we're always trying to keep things as stable as possible, and we're always trying to add more stuff to make it more stable specifically. You would have to be more specific about what might not be behaving correctly. There are a number of areas where we are looking to make it less likely for plugins to break things as badly as they're currently able to. I'm just trying to think of... Because we have to migrate the parent directory first to the new path. Then we need to perform the necessary internal migrations. So migrate... So we could literally just label this migrate config directory. And then we're also going to need a migrate... Yes. So crashes are really the main challenge with crashes in OBS is that every plugin is treated as if it is part of OBS, not as a plugin. So if the plugin does something bad, because it's touching very deep parts of OBS, oftentimes there's very little we can do to stop it from doing that. We are looking at ways to kind of make that less of a possibility. However, to do that, that would require everyone rewrite all of their plugins. Well, not rewrite, but at least update to handle some new stuff. So we are trying to see if there are other ways where we can make it better in that front. There is the whole other discussion of OBS currently doesn't do a good way of reporting crashes on multiple fronts. The first is it doesn't tell you which plugin caused the crash very easily. There's no proper good crash handling. It's all done like it's a very simplified crash handler. And so there are a ton of areas where we could improve there. Unfortunately, all of these things require a lot of planning first to go, what is the correct way to do this? What is the way we can do this without affecting every developer and every plugin? Because that is annoying for everyone involved. You know, developers and users, because then they'd have to manage. So realistically, the path forward currently is there's work being done on the plugin manager, which will hopefully in future provide stuff like auto updating and, you know. I would describe it as like 10 known issues that are all being tackled piece by piece by a very, very, very small team. Because realistically, we need a way to better handle crashes in the first place, better notify users what is crashing and why, and provide users a way to either disable the crashing thing or update it or replace it or whatever. Realistically, if you're running into crashes, the first thing you should do is figure out what is causing the crash and either disable it, which usually it's a plugin. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's something that is in OBS. And if it is, please report it. We'd love to fix it ASAP. Because the biggest issue we have is nobody reports the issues. They just go, oh, my OBS crashes every stream. So I just have to restart it. And it's like, we have not received a crash report from you. You haven't told us. Hey, Pollock, welcome to the stream. And so when people say, hey, there are a ton of crashes, we go, what crashes? You haven't told us. Yeah. Correct. And the biggest issue with our current crash handler is it runs in the same process as OBS. So we're very careful not to add too much to it, because one of the crashes you can have is if your computer runs out of memory. Now, if you've run out of memory and then OBS tries to do more stuff in the crash handler with memory, you've got problems. I wish I was I wish I could say I have done most of the work in terms of OBS. I'm just a contributor. I am not as knowledgeable as some of the other people, but I'll definitely pass your message along. So there are aspects where firstly, the reporting aspect needs to be improved, and then secondly, the handling of how crashes are done. But yeah, if you're seeing crashes, figure out what's causing it on your end. Which, if you're not sure, you can upload the crash log to our Discord, and there are a bunch of people who help out there and are just willing to go, hey, this is caused by this plugin. And then you either want to update the plugin, or if it is up to date, report it to the plugin developer. Yeah. Right now, essentially, until the most recent version, if you had a crash, we just wrote a crash log to your computer and left it. With the newest version, it actually asks you, your previous run crashed, would you like to upload the crash report? Now, we do have some basic bulk analysis of those crash reports. So if people do see a crash and they click, yes, I'm okay with uploading this, we do keep track of what's crashing. And Warchamp, especially lately, has been looking at those logs, being like, okay, what's actually crashing, and how can we best handle that? There are multiple next steps to that, multiple things planned, multiple things in planning, and that will improve over time. It's just a matter of, it's such a small team, and a lot of the aspects of this particular thing are complicated because you need to do it right. My story. There was a bug that I was running into long ago where I was trying to do some kind of display capture, and my screen was completely just gibberish. I think it was the video aspect. And so I went into the IRC channel, which before Discord, and reported the issue there, and then eventually just stuck around and then started contributing little things like missing translations and stuff like that, and then eventually started doing bigger things. There are a couple larger things that I've done, but the thing I care about most at the moment is just the browser, because right now we're running Chrome 127 and the latest is 145. So I'm currently doing some work to provide a good way to migrate the Alloy runtime, which is what old Ceph was using, to the Chromium runtime, which is what newer Ceph is using, so that we can actually upgrade and people won't lose their configs. Because the biggest thing we care about, aside from stability, is not quite backwards compatibility, but proper migration when we change things, so that when we change things, ideally you don't even feel it. So how do we do this? Because I have this set up where I currently pass an old directory and a new directory. So I could just migrate subdirectories, and then we can just do standard string parent. Because I don't know if this will return. What does copy return? It just returns a void. Okay. Fine. So what we could do here, dropped frames, specifically dropped frames, if you're talking networking, we have a guide. Unfortunately, no one knows it exists and no one reads it. But I can pull it up for you. So obsproject.com/kb is our knowledge base. We try to put anything user-facing here. And specifically, if you go troubleshooting guides and then stream connection, this will tell you everything you need to know in relation to what is causing my dropped frames. So this is where it gets tricky, right? In OBS, when you have the dropped frames counter in the bottom right corner, that is specifically network. We do also have frames missed due to rendering lag and skipped frames due to encoding lag. So there are 3 possible causes for frames to be missing. Only one of them, network, is tied to dropping frames. So in terms of encoder overloading, that's also here as well. So you've got encoding performance troubleshooting. So you've got this one, including solutions. So running as admin, check for other programs, limit game frame rate. Now, the funny thing is the first half hour of my stream today, my OBS frame rate kept dropping to 30. Yes. The status bar is always network. I was having horrific frame rate issues for the first half hour of the stream. It was saying that my rendering was struggling, which means my GPU. Now, I'm running a 3080. It shouldn't be struggling. Ultimately, nothing fixed it other than I'm currently running Overwatch in the background because that is maintaining a stable frame rate on my entire system. I don't know why, but that was the only way for me to fix the issue today without spending a couple hours looking into what the hell is going on. So even I, who will happily help in the support channels on Discord, sometimes just do the hacky fix and move on with my day. Now, the biggest challenge with dropped frames specifically is they could be caused by something on your end, something on the network end between your house and the server, and the server itself could be struggling. So usually the first thing to try is try a different server. And if changing the server doesn't fix it, then, you know, lowering bitrate, trying a different service. Because ultimately, a lot of the times, dropped frames in terms of network are caused by your internet service provider. And the only way to fix it is to contact them and be like, hey, this thing is broken. Here is proof. And eventually they will go out and take a look. And usually when they take a look, it then gets fixed. Sometimes it's because your router's too old or whatever. It's good fun. But if you haven't already, we have a window and a dock in OBS called Stats. It looks like this, and it will tell you what is struggling. So right now, I have had 736 frames missed due to rendering lag. Now, earlier in the stream, that was at 10%. After restarting and opening Overwatch, it's at 0.5%, which is where we want to be. I have none dropped due to none skipped due to encoding lag, and none on the network. Now, the network one's funny in my case because I am also running what we call what do we call it? It's been a while. Dynamically change bitrate to manage congestion. So dynamic bitrate, rather than dropping frames, we lower the bitrate until your internet recovers, and then we just bring it back up. We showed that off at TwitchCon in 2019. I use it extensively. It is fantastic because I'd much prefer a lower bitrate for a couple of seconds than dropping entirely, because especially Twitch's player doesn't like that. So yeah. I'm going to laugh every time I accidentally switch to my Overwatch window because that is not a solution. Okay. So we want to migrate subdirectories. Oh, yeah. And then the amount of people I've seen that go, oh yeah, I stream on Wi-Fi. Why are you doing that? The amount of congestion, especially if you're in an apartment building or in a city, and there's just a lot of interference. Please don't stream on Wi-Fi. That hurts everyone. Yeah. So... Please tell me that works. I will probably get a review from this being like, none of this code makes sense. Why are you doing it like this? Because I'm lazy and not good at this. So, what this needs to do... Oh... We want our error code bubbled up. I had a streamer in the UK who was like, yeah, my connection's fine, except when I'm streaming, and then it's just me that drops out. No one else in the household does. And then eventually they contacted their provider and then sent me a photo of the like ISP pole outside their window of just a snake of wires being like, is this the cause? Turns out, yes, it was. Oh. We're going to have to pass this one to... needs to be a copy. Make does. Then we're changing this one to migrate subdirectories. Like when we use I will be upfront. I absolutely hate AI. And AI is one of those things where it's fine from my perspective. It's fine if you want to use it yourself. For an open source project, it can cause so many problems. There are already multiple like big name open source projects that have gone, we can no longer accept pull requests because we're just getting so many junk AI things. Now, there is a middle ground in terms of some people are making neat things using AI code as a base or to help them better understand what they're making. But for an open source project, it definitely... And the thing is, every open source maintainer that I've seen online is just sick of anything AI showing up because it just adds an extra maintenance burden. So... I wish AI didn't exist, to be honest, but it exists and there are people using it, and it's a matter of everyone finding how best they can handle that relationship, I guess, of like, hey, people are showing up with AI written code. How do we want to handle it? Now, there is a no AI policy in the OBS subreddit, as far as I know. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't think GitHub even lets you, like, there's a Copilot thing built in where it can, like, review your PR. There was one person who created a PR and it automatically reviewed their PR, and they were like, I didn't turn this on. Turns out it was turned on their account and just there's no toggle when you're submitting the PR to say, no, don't review this PR because this repository doesn't like AI stuff. And there's nothing the repository can do to be like, we don't want AI related stuff here. And this is just a general thing that every company that's integrating AI anywhere, like at work, we use Jira. There are like multiple AI related things that pop up when we're trying to do stuff in Jira that we just can't turn off as individual users. It has to be turned off, at the top. I keep uninstalling different VS Code AI related things and they just keep coming back. I haven't upgraded to Windows 11 yet because I don't want to have to deal with all the extra AI crap. So everyone's just got AI fatigue, and I think there are ways which it can help. Right now, those ways are very limited, and people are not using it the way it's intended because every company is pushing it like it's the next best thing, which it's not. It can't do everything for you, unfortunately. And it also is a waste of resources. All right, migrate subdirectories. Now, this is where I am not sure how best to handle this. I'm thinking I will do a migrate config directory, then a migrate subdirectory, because then we just do we don't need parent there anymore then. Because we can put in new directory, which we've just created, and pass the error code. That'll work. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's generally with any new technology, that there will be people that absolutely embrace it and just assume everything's hunky-dory, and then others that will be a little more cautious, and then others that'll straight up just be like, no. Like, I have not used AI in anything that I have pushed anywhere. I have used it for like one-time scripts just to do a thing that I can't be bothered spending half an hour on because I know it can do it. But there are other things where like I've spent like 5 minutes trying to get it to do a thing, and I'm like, whatever documentation it's trying to read is just not understanding, or there isn't enough documentation. I will have to do this myself because it's taking me more time to figure out how to get it to do it than it would for me to just read the documentation and do it myself. So that should work, right? Hang on. My brain is struggling here. Yes, but the new way also has so many downsides. Like, the biggest downside is it's trained on stolen stuff. And the only way to fix that is to train your own thing based on your own code or based on a subset of what exists out there. And then the whole hallucination aspect, there's nothing you can do about that. It's a core part of the technology. Like, at least with any other advancement in the past, the downsides didn't outweigh the upsides. And like, there's a whole other discussion as well about how There's a whole other discussion about how using AI to do the thinking for you means that you struggle to then solve the problems yourself because you've offloaded that workload. Yes, this is true. But in those situations, I feel like a lot of it was, a lot of it was often instant and felt, whereas the destruction to, the environment and to resources will take a bit before we feel that. And by then it'll be too late. And on top of that, that aspect too is just a knowledge aspect, right? In those situations, those people knew they were doing something horrible or something that wasn't entirely favored, right? When people use AI now, they go, oh, I generated a funny image. They don't think about the consequences or the bad things that were enabled or had to be done for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, even like a number of websites now that used to provide great free things like ratings. They announced this week that they're no longer going to publicly provide their things online because of scrapers. So, yeah. Historically relied heavily on organic search traffic. Fewer people click through on Google organic results because AI actively scrapes and reuses our test results, often without attribution. So, And this is the other challenge of especially our society at the moment is that, great, we have a new technological advancement, but no government is quick enough to put up the guardrails to go, hey, you can't use this for X, Y, and Z. And then even I read this week that Meta is being like, oh, we can use stolen books because it's fair use. But if you pirate a song, you have to pay 500 grand. But Meta's like, nah, we don't need to pay that, even though we've stolen thousands of books. And just like all of the legal systems, including laws, take too long. Yeah. Because there's often a lot of red tape, and also most of the people making the laws don't understand how any of this works. So they can't accurately write laws without a ton of consultation. And even when they do the ton of consultation, they might choose consultants who lie to them, and they have no way of... They don't have the patience or time to look into that because they're also looking into 8 other things. So the whole thing just becomes... Okay, I do need parent here. Yes, that too. That's a big issue in Australia where, like, we... And I guess this is an issue that exists in a number of countries as well, but it's very heavily felt in Australia where house prices keep going up. And one of the solutions to that would fix it pretty quickly. But all the people who are in charge own a ton of houses. And so if they were to change this particular rule, they would be punished for having bought so many houses. So they don't even discuss the idea of implementing the thing because they're like, we don't want to lose money. It's like... Because, yeah, The laws should affect everyone. And just because you're benefiting from it and the rest of us aren't, doesn't mean you shouldn't change it. Okay, I think I have structured this in my brain the way it should work. Yes, yes, second country in the world. However, majority of what we export, we don't tax. And therefore, we don't make any money off it as a society. Therefore, we're being completely shafted by the oil and gas companies. But guess who's benefiting from those partnerships and that lack of tax being there? Our politicians. So they don't even want to talk about the idea of taxing them. The country's wealthy, the people aren't. Okay. We don't need anything there. I think I've written the code. So, let's see, A, if this builds, and B, if it runs, and if it does, then hopefully, first time's the charm. I am absolutely fascinated by the fact that by having Overwatch running, my frame rate is stable. That's not how this should work. Oh, there we go. It doesn't like something that I did, and that's okay, because I was expecting it to get angry. Alright. Did I forget to close a bracket somewhere? Because the errors it's giving me are confusing. Not all control paths return a value. Oh, I don't need a return. Nope, void. Is that the only thing? It was just that. Cool. Not really. Currently, my day job is I help develop a front end for a smart meter and gas platform where essentially any company can hook up their smart gas and water meters to our system. And the water or gas department or whatever is able to look at the full list of customers they have and see their hourly usage. Or even more than that, depending on the device. There was one device we had that would send data at 15-minute increments. And you'd be able to get all sorts of data about that. And that's currently where most of my time is spent. And then I do this on the side when I have the energy. Which, since COVID, I just haven't had the energy. All right. Do we think that my migration code worked correctly? I do see my chat doc hasn't loaded, which is a concern. I need that pull request that adds the, like, search box to the log. Migrated cookies for... I screwed up that. Migration of browser cookies in session completed. Okay, so I need to fix this guy. That's not how that's supposed to look. There were a couple dev streams I used to watch, but none of those streamers stream anymore. Because they've been busy with life. It is something where I'm always trying to look for new streamers to watch because it can be really interesting to see how people come up with solutions. Because my favorite part about programming is not the programming itself, it's the problem solving. So I wonder... Because this says everything happened within 18... And I only migrated one directory here. Because OBS did take a bit to launch. This is the other thing I really dislike about both YouTube and Twitch, is that I will have to check that out later. I'm just going to throw it into that notepad file that I had open. The search filters suck. Like, YouTube shows you shorts in the search results. It shows you related videos. You can filter by duration, but you can't filter by whether it was a live stream or not. And then, like, for example, on Twitch, you don't have any advanced filters. Like, I would love to watch all of the reaction videos from the Overwatch Spotlight event that happened a month ago. The only way I can do any discovery there is if I just type in Overwatch Spotlight and scroll through tons of results. I can't go, hey, the videos would have been during, or the streams would have been during this particular day, and I want it sorted by view count. None of that exists. That's fun. Yeah. Okay, so we do need to fix... I have a feeling that I just need to change the standard string to a C string. So this name needs to be dot C string. My bad. Yeah. Because that's the other thing. You can't browse channels by by the categories that they usually stream. It has to be what's currently live. The other thing that I wish you could do is they introduced the schedule, the stream schedule, but you can't just open up a page that has the like table of, hey, these are when people's streams are. You either go to the individual people's channels, or there's a following page that if you specifically go to the overview, there's a section that has upcoming streams. And it's just a list of 6 items. So I've got one starting 6 seconds ago, one starting in 1 hour, one at midnight, one at 3 a.m., another at 3 a.m., and one at 4 a.m. And I don't know if that's all the ones that are available in the next 6 hours or not. It might not be. Because they added, hey, schedules, and then no way for you to actually fetch the schedule of every channel that you follow and display it on a calendar. I think iPhone might have it. If you just go... twitch.tv/directory/following. It shows up down here. It's just on the following overview. Yeah. Not discoverable at all. Because, like, I was expecting a schedule button right here. Nope. It's hidden down here. Yeah. All right, so we do have a successful migration. Mm-hmm. I think that covers it. I think we did it. Let's see if it actually migrated our files. Not quite. I guess I forgot a slash. Or it needs to be like this. Because that's definitely not how that's supposed to look. So we're going to delete that and try again. Because I think that's why the dock didn't load properly. The other thing I need to check, when do I actually call this? Right as the plugin loads. Because I can't do this asynchronously. I have to do it before the browser loads. Otherwise, things freak out. Wait, why is there a gap on the right here? It's not. Migrating files to Chrome runtime. Migrated cookies for this directory. Migration completed. Yeah, but my docs did not load. My... I made... This one loaded fine. The chat doc did not. It also did not log in. So that's not a good sign. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know how to fix the buggy loading. But let's at least verify that A, all the directories were copied where they need to be. So we now have a default directory. And we have the old cookies directory, which does not have a default directory. And our new directory, which should have a default directory. Right. Now, I remember there being more than just the cookie directories, but also some files. Now, is there a local prefs? I bet the reason that one didn't work is... No, that one didn't have... Alright, hang on, let's check. The old directory has user prefs. Which is just an empty JSON file. Local storage. The question becomes, do I need to be doing this? Okay. I'm just trying to think what step I might have missed. I'm going to open it a second time and make sure that it actually triggers saying Chrome runtime profile default detected, no migration necessary. Okay, chat loaded that time. But still didn't log in. Current runtime default profile detected, no migration necessary. Excellent. Okay. Now, why would that have failed? Now, what moves where when I do this? Maybe we don't need the default directory? This is where it gets tricky. Because I just copy, right? I don't move. Yep, I copy recursively. Is there a thing? Each scenario code objects, da 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 da. Okay, cool. How do I check if it's an error? Check if the value is non-zero. If EC then we need path. And we need ec.message. What type is message? It's a standard string. Okay. Profile. New. Twitch 2. Oh. Cody, you followed an hour ago and I didn't get a notification for it. So I apologize. Thank you for the follow. I will have to look into why that happened. It's queued. So it's supposed to trigger. What if I refresh this page? The alert is queued. It just hasn't popped. Well, I'm confused. We can blame Twitch for that one. All right. So we're logged in this profile. So now if we close that, why would Twitch's standard alerts not be working? How strange. Okay, so this one doesn't have a default directory. Because it's not the default. But it does have local storage. Does it have session storage? It does. Interestingly, Overwatch has not kicked me to the main menu. Okay, that one's still logged in, but we care about this one. No. No. So we actually don't need migrate subdirectories. Even better. I think that's closer to what we want. So now we can nuke the entire config directory for OBS browser and see how our migration works this time. I was like, I feel like I'm missing a window. Yeah, that one. Is there an unpause queue button, Twitch? I'd like my follow alerts to work now, please. There's a button to skip alert, but that's not what I want to do. Manage requests. Reward queue. Channel points are unavailable. Yeah, no. Alright. Migrating files to Chrome runtime. Error migrating config, OBS Studio, plugin config, OBS browser, local storage, level DB. The system cannot find the file specified. Well, that can't be true. Migrated cookies. Config, local storage, I definitely see it. Now, why is it looking... Yeah, no, that's correct. Now, maybe... Nope, they definitely existed before. 803, 803. Now, the new one should be in the default directory. I'm liking all this gibberish. There's a Java Bedrock Edition thing in that log. Okay. So... definitely exists. What do you mean the system can't find the file specified? I also typed the word error, so we'll fix that too. Let's do absolute path and see what that gets us. Because I don't think this is the cause, but we want to fix it anyway. Also, why do I have this open twice? I don't need it open twice. Yeah, there's a local preference and a user preferences for the default profile. And then cookies within don't need it, which is fine. It's complaining this doesn't exist. I'm looking at it. Unless it's complaining about a specific file? Error category. System, IO stream. That's not going to help me. Generic system, IO stream future. So does it not like copying a subdirectory? That doesn't make sense. The system cannot find the file specified. Cannot find the path specified. Is it because there are spaces? That would be strange. Also, Windows uses backslashes, so that's correct. From two options and error code. I feel like I've taken 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. And this is how I feel every time I do OBS development. Because we've migrated cookies. And yet, we are not logged in. I need to remember to delete everything except this directory. Because otherwise I'm going to be just constantly logging in. So we're logged in. So I've got 2 issues. Because of course we do. 934. Now, this does not have a default directory. It has a local storage, a network, and a session storage. Now, the concern here is that there's some encryption. Because cookies are meant to be encrypted with modern browser stuff. Legacy stuff doesn't encrypt it. So I wonder if... So there's a user prefs.json. That's the old one. The new one... Where's... I can simplify this, and that will probably make it less angry. Because I don't think I need to copy level DB into... Alright, so local prefs. Becomes local state. Do you have local state? No. Interesting. Then how are you... Let's do a comparison. Why is this? Hey, Combat Wombat. Hello, PlayStation. Are we both doing well? We have made progress, but we're running into 1 quirk. 2 quirks. 1 quirk where a folder is not being copied properly. And the second where cookies are not loading. Taz, how are you? I'm doing alright. Life has happened, you know? Fun fact, so that my frame rate is running correctly in OBS, I have to have Overwatch running in the background. Otherwise, OBS collapses. I don't know why. I will troubleshoot it later. Just sharing that little fun tidbit. Bad decisions last night? Of the drinking variety or something else? I'm generally playing Overwatch. It's very uncommon for me to stream this as much as I'd like to because I'm usually too tired after work to spend more time programming. Yeah, drinks. See, I don't drink, so I don't know what that's like. Trying voice chat and being silly is usually a good time. All right, we're going to destroy everything except the one directory we shouldn't. Oh, okay. Was it a comfy bathtub at least? Generally, I don't find bathtubs to be particularly comfortable, unfortunately. No. Yep. Oh, yeah. It's a funny thing our bodies do on that front, isn't it? Yeah, sometimes it can last a while. Did I at least document... Move some directories into a new default profile and performs the necessary renaming of certain files to ensure the new profile loads. Additionally, the cookie directories for each service must be moved. That's a no. I did not document the exact reference. Yeah, that's fair. Oh yeah? How'd that go? Any unexpected things that you'd like to complain about? Okay, Twitch 2 is still correctly logged in. That's fine. How is our migration? There we go. Migrated cookies completed. Okay. So now we then switch to Twitch. Didn't work. Audio is tricky no matter how you do it. The next update will improve the mixer, so you can see it actually on my screen. So there's the old one. That's what's currently going through to stream right now. And this is the new one, which adds direct monitoring buttons. And also tells you what category they're under. So if you've got stuff that's in the current. So if I do this and I go control audio via OBS. So now you know that this one's active. Yeah, we're always looking to improve that sort of stuff. Yeah, if you don't want to use desktop audio, the correct way to do it is application audio capture. So for example, what I can do here is I can select Spotify. We should add a search to this. Wouldn't that be a good idea? So now you can see I've got application audio capture pulling just from Spotify. And that way I can just mute this one and just have Spotify. Yeah, that is generally the recommendation. Additionally, for game capture as well. So if I grab my... Why is this? My dock's resized in a very bad way. So in here, you can use Capture Audio Beta and just grab the audio from the game directly. Without having to manually set an application audio capture source yourself. That way it'll synchronize to whatever window you have selected. Yeah. It's the same reason the browser has that toggle control audio via OBS, so that you can just, if you've got like alerts or something, they'll go through that. And you'll be able to just monitor them so that you can hear the sounds come in. All right. This has not worked, so... Oh. That's no fun. There is some weirdness, either with devices being unavailable, or with... Sometimes when you switch games... No, so if you already have the game running, then you enable... game audio. It might not work properly. You have to deselect the game, save it, then switch back to the game and enable it, I think. Or just restart the game and it should work. That is an edge case that I've experienced and is probably fixable. Well, that's good at least. No other issues. That's what we want to hear. Now, I'm currently logged into Twitch. Overlay stuff's tricky, but can be really fun. I try to keep mine pretty simple, so the music above me is pulled from Spotify using a plugin called Tuner for OBS. That uses the Spotify API to check what song is actively playing. The socials on the top that appear are just a custom HTML thing I wrote myself. And then the alerts for like follows and stuff for Twitch, I just literally pull it from Twitch. So Twitch have their own like alert section in the Twitch dashboard. However, it is malfunctioning today where it has not notified me of an alert that happened 2 hours ago. It just says it's queued. So I don't know where that is or what happened. My guess is next time I launch OBS, it'll just pop up and surprise me. And I have a feeling if any other... Actually, let's do a test. If I play this one... That one worked, but I can't see it. We heard the beep, but it didn't appear. Hello? Yeah, it came from this browser source, audio-wise. It should have appeared in this here.
You must never be fooled by imitation.
Yeah, no, something... something broke. I kind of want to figure out what's going on here.
You must never be fooled by imitation.
Because it's not like my alert is particularly complicated. I hope not. There's not much to remake. Coding can be fun. It can also be insanely frustrating. All right, so if I trigger a test... There was no error. Here's a question. Does this mean my RAID overlay is broken too? The audio works. How do I even begin to troubleshoot this? Interesting. I do not find cars interesting personally. I also find the electronics within cars to be unnecessarily complicated because they all want them to be proprietary. And I don't like that. That's fair. Alright, I'm gonna mute this tab. I'm gonna remove all my animation stuff. I think it's the animation stuff that's broken. Hmm. Yeah, that sounds about right. I went to private schools, and I have a feeling I have ADHD, but I haven't bothered to do the effort required to get a diagnosis. That sounds... yeah. Okay, I don't know why this would be broken. I could try updating Animate CSS, but the thing is, if I remove the animation stuff, even my text doesn't appear, which is confusing. Yeah. I mean, it's the medication that you really need, right? For a late diagnosis. I mean, it's not something that generally causes me problems. It's mainly, and I don't even know if this is ADHD related, is that I have trouble with maintaining a train of thought. Where usually when I'm talking, I don't have any subsequent sentences lined up. I'm running off the cuff. And a lot of the times I will lose track of the sentence and not have any idea where it was going. Yeah. Is the issue here that I just need to be using... Nope. There's supposed to be text there. There's supposed to be white text on that red. I mean, the challenge is that if I want to do a podcast, but I fear that doing such a podcast, I will constantly not talk because I won't have any idea of what I was going to say. No, it's not even that. It's that I straight up don't know. Like, if someone asks me, you know, what are the upsides of this or what are the downsides of that? And I go, there are 3 things. I have no idea what those 3 things are. And I probably have 5 things or 2 things. So instead I go, there are a few things, and then I just off the cuff list them until I run out of things. There we go. Overwatch finally kicked me out. Yeah. Because I know that I know those things, and I know what those items are. It infuriates me because I'm like, I want to be able to have a good idea of how I'm going to say it. Not come up with it on the spot. Or I'll go, there are 3 things, and I know there are 3 things. I'll come up with 2 of them and then have no idea what the third was going to be. Because by the time I reach the third one, it's already out of my head. Even if I did try and plan out what those 3 were. So, I have a feeling that's ADHD related. How? So the way this is supposed to work is that you put text in front of a background. Yeah, exactly. Okay, good. I'm glad I have confirmation. Unfortunately, I'm probably never going to put in the effort to... what's the word? To actually follow through on it. So there is no situation. Hang on. If I change the background of this to clear... Is it the font? Did the font vanish? There are aspects where I feel like if I did have whatever would fill in that gap for me, because the question is, would medication solve that problem? And if it would, then I would probably want to go through that process. Okay, I hope the Pokemon that battled was the one that was nearby and not the one further away, because I only just put that one in there. I don't know if self-aware helps. It is one of those things that when I have a lot of conversations with people, it does feel like a detriment. And because I do want to do a podcast, I have a feeling it will make the podcast harder to listen to, or that I will need to edit it down to make it more interesting to listen to. Because once I have a train of thought going, which doesn't happen often, I can talk for an hour, no problem. And it's one of the reasons why, if I do a podcast, I want to do it with someone who can continue the train of thought if I lose it. But I want to be able to just have conversations. Because it's weird. There are moments where it doesn't factor in at all. Like when I'm not trying to come up with a list of things. But the moment I need a list of things, or I'm trying to have I would absolutely have a second. And the way I'd actually want to do it is have a second and a guest every time is my current thinking. Yeah. Because I feel like that's something that kicks into me when I'm streaming solo, where I will lose that train of thought. And that's why I'll pause. It's not because I know what I'm going to say next, is that wherever that sentence was going, vanished. And I'm basically restarting the sentence and then continuing from where I thought I was. It's very frustrating. Okay, that was the right one. Sweet. But yeah, there have been times where I've had a conversation with my brother or my dad, and I'll go, oh yeah, these three things. And then I'll say two things, and they said, but you said three. I go, oh yeah, and the third was. Yeah. So what I know about CSS is whatever's going on here is not good. So I have a feeling Twitch broke something, and I'm just going to let them figure it out. And hopefully my alerts will work again someday. In the meantime, I have fixed the issue copying there, but cookies are not working. So we need to compare which account was I logged in. Okay, I am not currently logged in. And this is the Twitch profile. Cool. So I'm going to copy the broken profile and then compare it with the working profile. So it is 10:03. So I'm going to copy it out to here. Because I was trying to compare the old method with the new method, and that's a bad idea. So we'll do it the other way, because that will probably give us something a little more useful and something a little more functional in terms of troubleshooting. But the other aspect is I have been able to maintain conversation, so most of the time it's fine. I just get frustrated with the process. Cool. And then I'm going to log in over here. And get me rambling on a topic, and I'll talk forever. I've at least managed to be able to teach myself to not say and ah much. But that doesn't help if the silence is 6 seconds long and I still don't know where the train of thought was going. Oh, the lack of animations makes this really annoying. All right. I hope that copy worked, because I didn't check if it was finished. Right then, WinMerge. This is the broken, and we're comparing it with 85 working. So what's different? Cache data. These subdirectories, is that how this works? Write only has cached data. Text files are different. Binary files are different. GPU cache, code cache. I mean, I wish more things were named like the walkie-talkie. There was a meme a few years back of like, what if the person that named walkie-talkies also named a bunch of other things? I think they're called... Hang on. So... I wonder if that is what it's called in a certain other language. Let's see. Where does the word umbrella come from? Borrowed from the Italian word ombrella, a modification of the Latin umbella, which came from umbra, meaning shade or shadow. So unfortunately not, but that's a fun train of thought. Thank you, Merriam-Webster. Okay, so all of these are identical in the cache and code cache directories. Mobile shade, yes. Primarily from the rain. OCM store... No. GCM store encryption. Probably. Does it rain much in Italy? It was Italy, right? Italian, yeah. Does it rain much in Italy? Because that would determine it, right? Yeah, this is true. As an Australian, that is not my, not my experience. So a bunch of gibberish files, log files, network persistent state, assets twitch, yeah, session storage. True, yeah. Oh, yeah. I feel like there are still things that we do that are not good for us. An overabundance of sugar. I think fake tan is even still not good for you. Like, even the sun is not good for us. For us pasty white people. But you're supposed to be always using sunscreen if you're going to be in the sun. Oh, alcohol, yes. Lightly poisoning ourselves. Cigarettes. Even caffeine is not, like, good for you. In the amounts that we drink it. And, like, even if you look at things like childbirth. Yeah. Where most people, most hospitals, they have a person lying on their back. Which you shouldn't be, which apparently is not the right way, not the healthiest thing. I don't know if it's you're supposed to be standing up. But either way, it's like the only reason pregnant people are on their back for it is convenience for the doctor, not for comfort. Chainsaws? I mean, chainsaws, don't use them on yourself. What's the... I'm going to need a little more context there. So the question becomes here, how the hell am I gonna find the right bit that's different? Because I assume it's in cache data. Congratulations, reusing old log. Oh god, yeah. Mm-hmm. The crazy solutions we as a society come up with. I mean, to be fair, the petrol capabilities come in more useful for felling trees rather than the other things. Moving on. But yeah. People joke about alcohol being mild poison. I personally don't drink because I don't see the appeal, but... Is it good on pelvic bones? I think the pelvic bone would disagree with you. The tree generally doesn't mind. Yeah, probably. I mean, there are a number of things that are poisonous that we just consume in small enough doses that it doesn't matter. I am lost because this should have just worked. And I fear the issue is in a binary file. Yeah, it'll be in this binary file that is in the network folder. Last compatible version. Sort of. More like encrypted string. So this is in... network and then cookies. Because network is a folder I copy over. Can I just drag this file in? Will that load? Cool, sweet. The cookie exists. Yeah. So basically, what I'm trying to do here is, in the upgrade from Chrome 127 to Chrome 128, the Chromium embedded framework that we use in OBS switched over from what they call the Allo runtime, which was like a custom Ceph thing, to the Chrome runtime, which is how Google does it. And so we haven't upgraded from Chrome 127 to 128 or higher because we don't want everyone to lose all of their saved stuff in OBS. And I'm trying to figure out how to make sure that that data can transfer over and the user feels no difference. So there are cookies in here. This is the old directory. Is the issue that the encryption key changed? Well, because there are multiple aspects to it. The first is, okay, if you're logged into Twitch for Twitch chat, I guess you can log out and log back in and it'll be fine. But if you have a bunch of browser sources or a bunch of docs that are logged into other things like Stream Elements or Streamlabs or anything else, all of those will log out too. And I'd prefer not. Which one was this? 85. So this is the old file. This is the new file. So there's more to it. I unfortunately have not spent a lot of time doing game development. I did back in the day do a little bit in a very fun tool called Game Maker in high school. And I made single player Pong, where you have up and down, left and right, and then you just have walls on the opposite sides, and you have to kind of keep track of two with the arrow keys. How does one develop a game in the modern age that is online but does not have anti-cheat? Like, I guess if you are expecting that you're only going to have like two people that know each other playing, or if it's local only, probably fine. But if it connects to the internet at all, you should probably add some anti-cheat. Having peer-to-peer is fine if it's a small enough game and you expect like a 1 versus 1. But the moment you're doing any kind of matchmaking, you can't do peer-to-peer. Because people can just knock each other off. You can do stun servers and stuff like that, I guess, where you could route someone through a server, not specifically to be able to route all network traffic, but just to kind of mask who's connecting to who. Private lobbies, as in like password protected ones? How the hell? That's crazy. Well, and that's why there's like even Minecraft, right? If you're so it's not really a private lobby. I mean, ideally those invites are encrypted and therefore have a password. That just sounds really janky. So there's definitely a difference in number of cookies. The values here are also blank, but that could just be the encryption. Wait, does this have plugin browser? No, I want to close this. Yeah, the cookies are different. There are certainly more cookies. Yeah, so the old one has API token, but no auth token. The new one has API token, persistent, and auth token. Yeah. That's very strange. I mean, I guess you could report it to the developer and they could probably add some sort of protection. Because I don't think Steam invites are particularly resilient. I don't know. I haven't looked into a lot of Steam stuff. Like, it's something you should have fixed years ago. It's the same reason, like, Team Fortress 2, people complain about cheaters there. Yeah. Yeah, so this has value and encrypted value. And that's from the old cookies. And this also. If I copy this value, what do I get? Nothing. Is there a way for me to... It is binary data. Yes. There are 100 simple ways that you could block whatever they're doing. But if it uses Steam invites, it needs to have access to Steam's system. But from a game developer's perspective, there are at least 10 things they could do that would take them a day to implement to solve the problem. Or at least to make it happen less often. Because what I can show you actually is, here's the program I use that pulls from Overwatch and then sends it to Discord. So if I'm here, so this grabs my Steam status. What do I mean search for a presence? There we go. So it grabs my Steam status and then translates it into something for Discord. So if I then go into, say, custom game, and I create a custom game, then this updates to tell Discord I'm currently in a custom game in a lobby. Now, as part of that, there's this Steam invite thing that a user could use to theoretically join my group. Now, I've never tested this, but my understanding is they should be able to type something like this to be able to request an invite to the group. Or launch the game with this flag. I don't know if it works with Overwatch specifically at all. But you can see it's just a string. There's no password involved or anything. It's just the invitation string. And that changes every time I have a new group, I think. So if I were to back out of this, then that Steam invite thing might disappear. Or if I close the game and open it again, then it might. Or this might just be an indicator of my player rather than my session, right? If you have Overwatch installed on Steam, sure, do I have you on Discord? I see 2 people with your name. Okay, that is our first mutual server. All right, cool. Let me... Now, I think you need to launch the exe with that, but I'm not actually sure. It could be that you pass it to Steam specifically. I don't understand enough. Because I think... Yeah, there is an invite to play button in Steam. So I can invite people using Steam. And I think that's how... So that text, theoretically, because I have no idea... my assumption would be is that if you right-click on the game in Steam and click Properties, then throw it into the launch options, and then launch the game. That would be my first guess about where to put it. The second would be to launch Steam with it. Or, I wonder... Steam URI invite. Generate an invite link, copy link address... to join your game. Open the Steam overlay, open friends, click your profile. Copy link address. Wait, that's a thing you can do? Where? Oh, you open your own profile. Right click the join game button. Okay, there's no join game button. I've been lied to. Alright, so what if I start up a... Yeah, the Steam invite has not changed. Okay, so Google has been wrong. Go inside the game. So this is for Night Rain gameplay. I keep seeing buttons flicker in-game. Oh, actually, what if I change this to everyone? Nope. So I'm guessing it didn't work. Because, yeah, I haven't had a... Basically, I need 2 Steam accounts to test it with. Yeah, I keep seeing the invite button go grey. Why? I thought that might be the case. Yeah. Because something I wanted to try and do is make it so that in Discord, the person would be able to click a button to join the game, because that is something Discord supports. I'm just really confused why the invite button keeps graying out. Oh, doesn't matter. Not a big deal. So the cookies exist, at least some of them, and they're encrypted. The challenge is if they're encrypted with a different key, and if so, where that key is stored. Yes. The entire thing. Because it's a command line argument. The first part defines... The first part defines... I'll make sure to be in a custom game for this for the test. The first part defines what you're sending, and the second part is the value. I don't know where else to look. Yep. The entire string into launch options, then click play to launch the game and see if it works. That's my first guess, that you'd have to launch the game with that parameter. The second is of add non-Steam game, advertise, invite, join chat. I didn't think it would. Steam with command line arguments, which can be found here. Yeah, so I'm no closer to figuring out how I'm supposed to use that. So then the next question becomes, is the issue that the encryption key that I moved from local prefs.json to local state? Because that looks to be the only encryption key. And it's part of an OS crypt object. The thing is, I don't even know if Chrome has the migration code for that at this point. All right, new idea. I'm going to do a fresh launch with modern Chromium and see if it generates a local state file that looks like this. I got a friend request. So basically, my copy code does what it was intended to do. But past that, okay, yes. It generated a new encryption key. Yep. So based on your message history, the first message you sent was Knees Raid. So I expect you were watching M. Yeah. This was in November. Which, can you believe it's already March? So the encryption definition gets carried over correctly. (25th) 25th of November. Okay, so we're going to do a different test. We're going to log into some other website. November's a good time to have a birthday, I think. Hmm. 20's good. I am unfortunately more than 10 years older than that now. I need a simple website to log into. Or at least something with cookies, you know? Something with cookies. With like a preference. I wonder. Because I think this one says it has cookies. To keep you logged in and to improve your experience. Analytics advertising. Necessary only, thank you. Browse. Maybe something that has like a dark mode. A dark mode toggle would be an easy thing to save in a cookie. This doesn't have any... API not connected? I made it angry. What if we do hero stats? Okay, so if I switched this to dark mode and then refresh, it resets. Sometimes? Okay, this one remembers. Excellent. I'm assuming it's using a cookie. There we go. Cool. Now it remembers it's in dark mode. The URL doesn't tell it that it's in dark mode. But I also need to copy the scene collection. You know, it's Sunday. I spent most of my day relaxing. And now I'm using my brain harder than I normally do on a Sunday night. Just has to be the scene collection. The scene collection is called blank. Yeah, that tracks. It is a public holiday for me tomorrow, yes. I'm excited about it being a public holiday tomorrow. Which is why I spent a good time today not doing anything. Because normally, my parents come by on one day on the weekend. And this time they were like, yeah, we'll come by Monday. And usually they're like, oh yeah, let's do some gardening, let's do some cleaning around the house. And I'm like, it's the most boring activity, but it has to be done. So, and then we're going to go into, is it in user? Scene collection. Right, so theoretically, it should load the page we added in dark mode. If it doesn't, then our cookie migration code doesn't work. Okay, so the cookie migration code does work specifically for browser sources. I have not verified browser docs, but they should work too. It's just service integration that is driving me nuts. Now, this is where I have three thoughts. The first is that wherever local preferences are stored for the default profile are either not being carried over when they should be, the second is the encryption key is different and they're in a different location. And the third is I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. That is the third option. So this chat is not logged in. Theoretically, okay, so hang on. Now that I wonder. Now that I've launched it, have those cookies been deleted? Is the question. No, the cookies are still in there. So I just need to see why. Now. The cookies are there, it's just not loading. Because API token is there. The cookie is in there. Hold on. I'm going to have to do a runtime comparison. Because I'm starting to think... this one might not be logged in. So my source wasn't logged in, so the cookies weren't being transferred properly. But I still need to see exactly... I'm purposefully not showing this because these are authentication related things and I don't want those going out. So cookies... yeah, there are a ton more cookies when you're logged in, including the auth token, the last login time, and who is logged in, which isn't there in the copied version. Okay, so now if I close this copy of OBS, I'm going to close this one as well because it's no use to me if the cookies aren't there. So we're just going to delete everything except the 943 one from rel with debinfo. That is open here. We can close this. Yeah. I'm going to launch this again. So maybe all this time I've been fighting a thing that didn't have the stuff in the first place, so it was a bad test. If that's the case, that's great, because it means I'm done. Open. Okay, so this copy of OBS is just not remembering logins anyway. Well, that would do it. Hey, Em. Good to see you. Am I logged in on here? I am. I'm good. How are you? Am I actually logged in here? No, I'm not. That's really weird. This is Approaching Nirvana, one of my favorite bands. Been around for a while. Makes very good music that's good for like background stream stuff because based on the licensing, as long as you've bought the music, you can just use it on stream and in videos. You just have to document somewhere who it is and where to get it. So, is this an issue with 3102, or is this an issue with just this copy I have here? 31. I mean, we're probably better off. What's the latest? 3204. All right. Let's make a browser. 3204 browser cookies. This is one of their older songs as well. Yeah, usually when I'm doing programming streams or creative streams, I want to have some kind of music, but I also don't want... Like, I don't want to have to manage splitting music between what people are hearing live and what's not in the VOD. Because I also feel like music... If you have music when you're live and not in the VOD, then the VOD just sounds weird. So I'd rather have music that won't get striked, but also sounds nice. Right then, we're gonna update this copy of OBS. We're gonna then log in. We're gonna log into Twitch, close it, make sure that the login state persists. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are a few providers like that. No Copyright Sounds was one that I enjoyed early on. But approaching Nirvana's library is just so large for a single artist that I'm like, there's enough variety here, it'll be great. Okay, so we're going to do a new profile. We're going to call it Twitch Original. Because I'll have to copy over the profile. I have to make sure to load the profile. Hope it works. So we're going to log in on a different screen. And I'll have to look into... Ooh. Yes, OBS browser page is allowed to access the internet. Plus, if it's music I know, I know when to skip the songs I don't like. Yeah, I don't need to increase my account security. Okay, we are logged in. So now if I close this copy of OBS... For the most part, there are like 3 or 4 people that are full-time. The person who is in charge hasn't been as active lately just because of life stuff, because, you know, they've been working on this for, what, 13 years now? So they're kind of... Why is... That's not logged in. This is a fresh copy. Do we have a bug that I'm not experiencing somehow? Where people are being logged out and just no one's reporting it? I'm going to have to ask in the support channel. Hold on. Why the hell is it logging me out then? So yeah, it's like, it's 3 or 4 people, but like only one of them, 2 of them are actively doing development stuff. One of them prioritizes macOS and one of them prioritizes the UI, which is why the next update is going to have a much fancier audio mixer, and we were hoping to also get the new source dialogue, which we're not getting. We're only getting the audio mixer because we ran into bugs. Outside of that, it is mostly contributors. We could even pull up the list of like recent submissions or recent efforts, and on top of that, there's one person that like manages incoming pull requests and releases. So there's Rich, there's Righto, there's Warchamp, there's Pat, and then yeah, just contributors, random contributors. So there's Dip and Tap, who is a student apparently, Poburn from Hungary, there's Titan as well. Titan mostly does Linux related things. Random person here, amateur programmer from wherever this is. Germany, there you go. And then yeah, the rest of us are contributors. Rodney, PKV. Yes. I am one of the people who likes to contribute when I can. I'm also the only person that actually cares about the browser. So, there's that. So this is a fresh copy of OBS 3204 with a fresh config directory in a portable setup. Wombat, are you running in portable mode or did you just straight up install OBS and just configure it normally? Why the hell would it be logging me out? There is no reason for it to be logging me out. I assume you just installed it and ran it, which is fine. If you didn't purposefully set up portable mode, then you just installed and ran it. That's fine. Am I going to have to install it in a virtual machine and see if the issue goes away? Because all of these are saying successful login. Let's just set up Windows Sandbox. Cool. Most people run it that way and that's fine. I run it portable because of just how many random instances of OBS I have installed and running at any one time. I wonder if it's because I'm closing the stream information dock too fast. What if I leave both of these open for a minute? And in the meantime, download another copy of OBS. All this time I'm running into some weird edge case where my Twitch login is not staying logged in, and therefore I'm not actually testing what I've been trying to test for the past hour. That's crazy. All right, we're still logged in. Let's close. I'll give it a couple minutes. It's the whole application login to Twitch. The cookies are just gone, which doesn't make any sense. It's as if I never logged in the first place. My guess is I'm just closing stuff too quickly. I was not happy with that. All right, we're going to launch this again. Yeah, no, I'm straight up not logged in. All right. Fresh installation. Let's test again. I'm going to do the same thing I've been doing all day. In this fresh virtual machine. Yeah, that one's logged in just fine. What do you mean? Someone explain what the hell I've broken in my portable fresh installation. Is it that I'm not hitting okay in the... I don't know how I broke it, Em. I don't understand. We're gonna do... I'm gonna actually do this fresh because there must be something that it's reusing from an old installation that's very unhappy. And if that's the case, there's some kind of migration path that is unhappy. Assuming this shortcut actually goes to the file that I've just been using. And then people wonder why I'm a little bit crazy, you know? I've just been doing the same thing over and over again, going, oh, the files didn't copy over, I wonder why. Turns out, no, the files were copying over fine. The thing that was being copied wasn't correctly saved in the first place. And so all of my tests were a waste of time. So most likely my migration code is perfectly fine. So, I feel like I need to have a button where I can have like emojis here. I want a table flip. Because that's how I'm feeling. All right, we're going to do the exact same steps we've done 25 times today. Stream, connect. Okay. Where are my docs? If I click apply, we have my docs. We click OK. We are logged in. We've now closed. Now we're going to launch again. And theoretically, we should still be logged in. Which we are not. What the hell? Is it an issue with portable mode? If you'd like, I can show you my crazy dock setup. Here's my crazy dock setup. Oh, that's why it was all over the place. Hold on, there we go. So I've got my audio mixer up there, multi-stream there, chat there, including stream info, which let me refresh that one. And the actual chat I use. Activity feed and some other chat here. Scenes, transitions, sources, various stats. I don't have YouTube logged in there at the moment. And then an additional manager doc. and my standard controls. All right, new test. I wonder if this shortcut is wonky.
I know it's been a while since I met you. And no, I mean you're right.
And actually, I'm going to go one step further. We're going to straight up just create a new profile. I can't say that I have. I'm not connected to a VPN right now, am I? No, I'm not. I mean, there are a number of sites and services that purposefully will log you out if you're using a VPN. I know that like the OBS website won't let you do stuff on a VPN because the amount of like bots and stuff that just use VPNs is so insanely high that we just go... It's actually angry now. Something went wrong. I think I've logged in too many times. I mean, you should be able to exclude certain apps from using your VPN, no? So for OBS, just exclude the OBS executable and the OBS browser executable. That should be fine. Well, OBS browser page specifically. Because basically OBS 64.exe will do all of the like sending your video stream and fetching your stream key, whereas OBS browser page will log into chat. And as long as those two can interact with the site in question, you're fine. Yeah, I think I made it angry. It's not even sending me verification codes anymore. I'll give it a minute. Because sometimes it just takes a minute. Oh my god. I purposefully installed WireGuard because the VPN client for the VPN I'm using is so laggy for no reason. And this one has, I think, a way for me to configure exclusions. God, someone commented on a discussion being like, however, bugs within the OBS Studio codebase related to global hotkeys also cannot be ruled out as a potential source of the problem. In an age where AI helps programmers, it shouldn't be too much work for a developer to fix this. Probably a few minutes. Firstly, global hotkeys is not our responsibility in the first place. on Wayland, on Linux, because there's no actual thing for it yet. So we can't integrate with it because it doesn't exist. But even if we could, it requires planning. You can't just throw it together and hope it'll stick. You know, Twitch has decided I am not allowed to log in anymore. So let's just do a final code cleanup for today. And then, so we're going to do a couple of version gates. And what I mean by that is a ton of code that we've added doesn't need to exist in newer versions, in older versions. I guess 6533. Yeah, I guess you could just exclude. Okay, 6533 is Chrome 127. So yeah, anything larger than 6533. Ceph command handler on Chrome command. Alright. Actually, while we're at it, let's verify whether we still even need our block Chrome URL. Okay, Ceph headers. Because if we don't need to block these ourselves anymore, specifically we were blocking extensions, password manager, and settings, because especially password manager was just causing OBS to crash. Don't need that in our lives. Yeah. Because essentially you then tell the tunnel, the VPN, hey, tunnel all of these, but send this off into its own thing. Therefore, split tunnel. Changes I made may not be saved. I did not make any changes, Google. Thank you. Just reload the page. Also, the dark mode there is gone. Don't know what happened there. I'm definitely not logged in there. I wonder if that cookie expired. Okay. There's Chrome version. Cool. Chrome password manager. Didn't crash. Oh, that's weird. I mean, I route my stuff through Pi-hole for ad blocking. And I explicitly exclude Twitch because if you try and block ads on Twitch, everything freaks out. But I often see my tablet decide to just do that exactly, where it gets stuck on connecting to chat. And sometimes I just have to restart Edge and the issue goes away. So it could be your browser. Okay, so it looks like we no longer need this. Because it looks like they block settings for us. Which works for me. I don't want to have to block that myself. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to delete Ceph headers, which is fine by me. I didn't want to have to push that in the first place. We do need the dummy client. We want to exclude this.
I think I saw the piece of you that completes my point of view.
Oh.
You're the one that sees it through to do the things I wanna do. I think back and see it now, clear as day. Relive those moments, I swear I've changed.
Yep. That is a good test. Now, I'm not actually sure if this changed to the Ceph request handler. I don't remember what it was for. Because I did it in both. And I have a feeling it's related to settings. Because we otherwise don't use Ceph resource request handler. Come on, I want to unstage the blank line. Let me do it. And then the Chrome handler, I think, is, or the command handler on Chrome command. Ceph. I think that's so that we block. Ceph. Browser client command handler. Yep, so we can exclude this. So command handler, command handler. Command handler. And before resource load. Is that where we were doing it before? That was. Okay. I'm relearning code I've been working on and off for 2 years. Browser app. So we add a default client. That's fine. The dummy client is entirely... And then I need to test... Yeah. Weird that you have it whitelisted. Maybe. I assume your VPN isn't doing anything extra. Command handler. Request handler. Strange. Browser dummy client. Ceph headers. We don't want that in our CMake directories. Oh, I see the problem. That's a tab. It's supposed to be spaces. No wonder it looks weird. That is built into Visual Studio Code. It's called screencast mode. It does seem to have a couple bugs where, like, I don't know why it's displaying that message. Because it's only supposed to be showing key presses. So I don't know what's going on. OS Linux, did I not change these to spaces? Yes, but I did not add enough spaces. I probably need to also... There we go. That's better. Where's the page manifest? Yeah. Alright, all that looks correct. Move shared URL block list to a util. Might be unneeded in USEF. Correct. Finish and test all cookie migration code. Old new users. It should be finished. Last step is test. But I will need to test on other platforms. Okay. Now, I expect there are a couple places where I don't want my headers anymore. Wait a second. No, we still need surf headers in there. I'm dumb. We just don't need them for that specific use. That could have been bad. And my right eye is getting very tired. Which is fair enough, it is 11:30. Now this build will take longer because we modified the headers, which was unnecessary, but oh well. And then if this builds, then I will take a break. Oh, I'll finish off stream and go to bed, really. Build completed. Took 1 minute. Not as bad as I expected. That should fail because I have extensions disabled. Yeah, installation is not enabled. I wonder if there's something I can do about that. About the fact that Chrome can just be like, here's a dialogue. Enjoy. Probably. Probably part of Chrome command in some way. All right, well, that built and ran. I don't know why I lost my dark mode cookie, but... well, we'll force push that. As it stands... I hope not. There. Version gating. The amount of code that I have to version gate, I am not in the state to be able to do that right now. But should be easy once I'm in the flow of it. So, should we see if there's anyone streaming? Oh, there are a few people streaming. Right. I'm just gonna straight up end stream. I currently do plan on streaming on Tuesday for Tuesday. Hopefully there'll be some new stuff in the arcade. But that... no, actually, it'll be the same stuff that's in the arcade right now. But on Wednesday, there is a Nier Automata collaboration. So if anyone has money, you're gonna be broke. Why does everyone use the Overwatch Cavalry image? The official Twitter posted the full image. Yeah, this one. So this will be coming out on Wednesday. And then on top of that, that is the mid-season patch. Every weekend this month is double match XP. So you can complete your battle pass just a little bit faster. It only means an extra 800 to 1,000 XP per match, which
is a 10th of a level.
But better than nothing. So, yeah. Outside of that, I hope you all have a lovely long weekend if you're enjoying a long weekend. Otherwise, I hope you all have a lovely week. I'll see you all on Tuesday. Bye!